Okay. So I think what we were talking about was a constructor, special method called underscore underscore init and underscore underscore. Okay. So this method is inside of the class is invoked automatically. That's what we were talking about, and it's called a constructor. So this is the code. And if I run this, if I copy that, and if I run it on my local, so this is the class definition. Here is the class definition, defining a class with a constructor. And that constructor, inside that constructor, what are we doing? We're basically printing this string inside the constructor. And here, what are we doing? We are creating a new variable. We are creating a variable called mob1, and then is equal to is the assignment operator, and mobile is the we are going to create a new class, creating a new class of mobile and assigning it to mob1. That's what we did. So whenever we are going to make this call, let's see what happens. So once you run this code, you will see that it says inside the constructor. So whenever somebody is making a call like this, it says inside the constructor. So let me make it change for you. Let's say mob1 is some variable called 1. Okay, this is a normal variable. Okay, now I am saying that mob1 is not 1, but mob1 will be the newly created mobile object. Okay, this is called a variable, and it's called a reference variable. I think you already know this. So I'm going to save this. So once mob1 is created, I'll print mob1, and here I will print mob1 too. Let's see what happens. So first, when you are printing mob1, it prints 1. And second time, before it prints whatever is mob1, it makes a call to the constructor. So can you see what's happening here? Whenever somebody is creating a new class, it calls the constructor, and after the constructor gets called, you get mob1 is now a reference variable. It's not a normal variable anymore, it's a reference variable. So going on to the next one. So remember that self is not a keyword. Itself refers to the current object being executed. So instead of self, I can say myself also, and that will also work. So if I print like this, so the code did not change, the program did not change because self is not a keyword. Okay, remember that self is not a keyword. So going to go into the next one. Okay, Shivasangari, you should be able to hear me, man. I'm seeing a message from you that you're not able to hear me. Shivasangari and Ramya. Okay, now you are able to hear me, right? You can always send me a message. Our co-mentor will also be able to help you out. So good one, Shivasangari. Keep on asking questions. Now, so problem statement. You can create a constructor without parameters, but it is not very useful. So we have created a constructor without parameters. And once we run this code, you should be able to see that it's not very useful. Like creating a constructor and not using it is a bad idea. So when I press this button, it says your code is executing. So it's taking longer. So I'm going to paste that here. And I'm going to run this code. It says inside constructor 2 times, right? I made a call and I made another call to create two new objects. And whenever a new object is created like this, we are going to definitely make a call to the init method. And init method is obviously the constructor for that object. Okay. So it's still executing. So no problem. Please try it out on your machines. Now we are going to try a parameterized constructor. Okay. We have already seen this earlier, but let's try to take up a parameterized constructor. Okay. So how do you make a parameterized constructor? You simply add parameters to the constructor. I can say param1 and I can say param2. And here I can say that self.parameter1 equal to param1 and self.parameter2 equal to param2. So what did I do here? I simply created two new attributes. This is one attribute and this is another attribute. So I've created two new attributes and I've taken this parameter 1 and parameter 2 and assign it to two new attributes. So whenever you are making a call to this now, so there are three things here. You don't need to pass self, and therefore you need to pass param 1 and param 2. So let's say you are sending param 1 as something and some number 1, 2, 3. And here you can send something else now. I can say something else. Devan, if you have a doubt, please make sure you're asking it in the chat. Okay. Ramya, you should be able to hear me. Everybody is able to hear me. So please try to see if you're having a problem. So let's say I'm going to add a list here now, 1, comma 2, comma 3. And here at the last, I'm going to add, let's say, a tuple. I'm going to say 1, comma 2. Okay. So you know all these things, what are all these things. So I'm basically creating a mobile object and it takes two param 1, param 2. And inside that, I'm going to add parameters. So now what am I going to do? I'm going to say print mob 1 dot param 1, print mob 1 dot param 2, then print mob 2 dot param 1, and then print mob 2 dot param 2. Do you think this will work? This will not work because we are sending param 1 and param 2, but the attribute names are actually self dot parameter 1 and self dot parameter 2. So instead of param 1, we should say parameter 1. Okay. So let's try that out. It should work for line number 11 and it should start failing from line number 12. So once we try that, you will see that something gets printed. So inside the constructor, yes, inside the constructor. And again inside the constructor, yes, inside the constructor. Then what is param 1? Something. Okay. And then what does it do? Mob 1 dot param 2. It does not have any attribute called param 2. So what's the name of the param 2? It is parameter 2. Parameter 2. Parameter 2. Okay. So let's now run this code and you should see that it will run correctly. So it says something 1, 2, 3 and 1, comma 2, comma 3 and the tuple 1 and 2. So you should be able to run this code also. In here, they are using brand instead of param 1 and price instead of param 2. And they are also using brand for parameter 1 and price for parameter 2. So that's what they did. And mobile 1 dot brand, mob 1 dot price, mob 2 dot brand, and mob 2 dot price. They're trying to print it along with a nice print statement. Okay. So let's run that code now. You should be able to understand this any much better now. Of course, we have made this call. So it says inside the constructor, and inside the constructor, it takes these two things, which means it takes Apple and 20,000 and puts it as brand and price. So brand and price. So it says mobile one has brand Apple and price 20,000. That's correct. And same thing now will happen for Samsung and 3,000. That's exactly what is happening. So let's move ahead to the next one now. So now we have a parameterless and a parameterized constructor. Both of them we can try out. Okay. So I think this was the code that we did last time also, but let's take a look at this. Control A, Control C, and let's take a look at this one now. Okay. So we have a mobile class, and that one has a constructor. Inside the constructor, it is taking three parameters. When I'm saying three parameters, the first one is default. So 1 and 2 is taking two parameters. So if I make a call like this, if I'm going to create a new mobile class like this, it is expecting parameter 1 and parameter 2, but it is not coming, we are not sending it. So if we run this code now, it says in mobile init method requires two required positional arguments, 1 and 2. It requires two functional arguments, but we are not giving it. So let's say we give it only one. The first one, let's say we are giving something or something, whatever. Okay, let's call it that. So this is a string and I'm going to give it one string. So I'm going to give the first parameter. So it says it's missing two required positional arguments, 1 and 2. If I run this now, it's saying it is missing one required positional argument, 2. Okay. So which means it got the first parameter, but it did not get the second parameter. Now if I give the second parameter, let's say something, I give the second parameter now. Okay. If I run the code, it is working correctly. It says inside the constructor and it is working correctly. Now, if I give 0 or 1 or it is failing, for 2 it is working. What will happen if you give 3 of these things? Okay. So let's say I'm giving 3 of these things. It says it takes 3 positional arguments, but 4 were given. Okay. There are 3 positional arguments, self, 1 and 2, but we got self, 100, 200 and 300. We got 4 of them, and that is the reason why this will also not work. So the error message indicates how many parameters were missed out or exceeded. I think that's what you will say. How many were missed out or how many were exceeded. Okay. So that's what it is saying. This is the exceeding one, and the earlier one was the missing ones. So let's move ahead to the next one. Yes. So can we create attribute using self? What is self? Self is this keyword. So can we create attributes using self? The answer is yes. So for every object, so let's imagine that every object, it has to have two attributes, price and brand. Okay. Let's say we have a mobile and it has a price and a brand. And in that case, both of these things are ways in which you can catch the balloon. One is through the self and one is through the reference variable. So the reference variable is mobile one and the reference variable on the inside of the object is self. Both are the same. So let's take a look at this code. So we have this parameter price and parameter brand. Once the parameters are there, so you know what parameters are, right? Parameters are basically things that you pass to functions or methods. Okay. So what is a method? A method is like a function inside of an object. So parameters are those things that you pass to functions or methods. Okay. So here we are sending to parameters, and then here we are taking that parameter and making it an attribute. Take a param, create an attribute, assign. We are doing the same thing here also. We are taking a param. What is the param here? Here is its price, and here the param is brand. We are taking that param. We are creating an attribute called self.price, and we are creating an attribute called self.brand, and we are assigning the param brand to this. Okay. So same thing here. Same. And then finally, what we are doing is, okay, so guys who are actually raising your hands, I'm happy that you are raising your hands. Please make sure that you are sending me a chat so that I or the co-educator can ask you or can clear your doubts. So let's move ahead. So we are Sham Sundar, do not send an annotation request. This is your last warning. You have also sent the annotation request last time also. So please don't send annotation requests. Yes. So finally, we are creating that object again, and then we are referring it through ID1. Okay, ID of the reference variable. Roja, please don't request annotation. Same thing. Roja, please don't request annotation. Okay. So we're going to continue here. Mob2. Madesh, do not annotate. Okay. So if you request it for more than few times, I think we will actually request you to move out of this meeting. So please do not send the annotation request, Roja. Okay. So here what is happening is we are going to create this object and we're going to print the ID of that reference variable. Same thing, we are going to create an object. Harish, please don't. Okay. We're going to create another object and then inside that we are going to create one more. We are going to print the ID. But of course, inside that also we are using the self and we are using the ID of self. So let's go back to the previous code and show you. This is the example. This is the example we were trying to show you. So there are two references. One is mob1 and one is self. Roja, please do not send annotation requests.
So can I expel Roja?
Yeah, please expel Roja.
Roja,
Yeah, she is doing it repeatedly, intentionally. Yeah. So let's move ahead. So this is how it works. So I'm going to move to the next one now. So we are going to now try to understand what is the difference between an attribute and a local variable. So this is the code where we are trying to explain the difference between an attribute and a local variable. So here we are trying to understand. So this is an attribute and that is put to none, but this is a local variable. So this is a local variable inside of this of this method. So since this is a local variable inside of this method, you will not be able to access it directly. So whenever you're going to access it, you're going to get it as none. You're not going to get it as an apple, you're going to get it as none because this is an attribute like we have talked earlier, but this one is not an attribute but just a local variable. So let's try if we can run this code. So once we are calling that constructor, it says inside the mobile constructor. And then once you try to print mob1 dot brand, it's obviously printing none, but not apple. So if I change this instead of apple, I say it's a list. It's a list of 1, comma 3, 2, comma whatever. It's a list. So if I save that and if I print it, you will see that it says inside the mobile constructor because of line number 13. And in line number 14, it simply says mob1.brand. And what is mob1.brand? Mob1 is the attribute self.brand, and here it is 1, 2, 3, and 5, 6. So that is what is happening here. So let's move ahead to the next one. So now, so far we have tried to create attributes. Okay, so we have created an attribute called brand, but we tried to create a local variable called brand, but that does not, it's not accessible outside. Okay, now we are going to try to create a behavior. So you remember earlier, right? Whenever we are going to create a class, I think the first class that we created was like this. It was an empty class. And the next class that we created was something like this, underscore underscore. So we had something like this, def and underscore underscore init, and then underscore underscore, and then inside that we had self, and then you could have done something here also. The simplest one is again pass. Okay, so that was the basic one that we've understood. Now we are going to try and give it behavior. Okay, so inside this self dot something equal to something if you give, then if you create a class, I think this one we have seen this so many times. Some reference variable equal to mobile, and then I can say print some reference variable dot something. Okay, so something also I can say attribute name. Okay, so I want to take that attribute name and I'm going to paste it here. So let's print that attribute name, and inside this, let's try that. Let's something put something there. Okay. So now if I run this code, attribute name, mobile object has no attribute name. Okay. So it says self dot attribute name equal to that. So it says mobile object has no attribute underscore name. Let's say let's call it brand. Then brand. What will happen now? Mobile object has no attribute called brand. Why? Okay. So this is not triple underscore, this is double underscore. Okay, these simple mistakes I think I have also done. When we were growing up, everybody does these mistakes. So you should also be able to understand what is happening here. Okay, so it simply works. So this is how it is. And now how do you create a behavior? So these were all the attributes. Just as an example, I'm giving you, this is an attribute or data or characteristic. Okay, so these are the words that we were using earlier. So now how do you create a behavior? We can say create a new. I can create a new function called behave, and then it can say print I am behaving. So how do you call that method? We can simply call that method by saying some reference variable dot behave. So that is the method that we can call. And if we call that behave, I'm going to remove this print statement for easiness. So what did I do? I just created a new object, and then finally some reference. Naveen, please do not send annotate requests. We are making a call to the reference variable, to the behavior or method inside of the object. Okay. So we have a method inside that object, and we are going to call a method inside that object. So let me run this code now. It says I am behaving. Okay. So it says I am behaving. Okay, yeah. So whenever you're going to create another behavior, whenever you are going to create a method or a function inside of that object, functions inside of the object are called methods, you have to give self. You have to always give self, and now if I run this, you will see that it says I am behaving. Whatever you print here, it will be there. And then that, and then it will do that. Or you can actually make some calculations also. Instead of behave, if I say add, and if I give num1 and num2, and also we have to give self, right? So if I say add now, and if I give 1 comma 2, okay, and let's say when you are printing, you can print uh, num1 plus num2. Okay, so let's say we do that. So let's see, we run this. It says 3. Can you see? So what is happening here? You can create methods, and inside that method you can accept the parameters, and those parameters can also be used with attributes also. So let me create one more attribute. I'll say self dot carry is an attribute. Carry is 1, and let's say when I'm returning, I say num1 plus num2 plus carry. Okay, and carry is 1. So what is the expectation? If I give 1 plus 2, it will see 1 plus 2 plus carry is 1. 1 plus 2 plus 1 is 4. So let's run that. And so it will not be carry, it should be self dot carry now. Okay, so that's how it should work. See, I'm intentionally making those mistakes for you so that you are able to understand the difference between what is a local variable, what is an attribute, what is a parameter, and how to create how to make an object, and in a parameterized and non-parameterized way, in a similar way, how to create and call a method. So that is the example here. So there's a mobile, and there is a constructor. This constructor is an empty constructor. It does not take any parameters. This one also is an empty method. It does not take any parameters, but it says it's purchasing a mobile. So if I run this, can you guess what the code will do? In line number 8, it will say inside the constructor, and in line number 9, it will say purchasing a mobile. Yes. So inside the constructor, and then later it says purchasing a mobile. That's how it will be. So we're going to move to the next one now. So let's take a look at how fast we are going. These are the things that we have taken a look at so far. We have taken a look at the theory here and a little bit of practicals here. You will see that the entire course is mostly practicals, so you will have a lot of fun while doing this. Okay, so creating behavior, let's try that out. So this is the behavior. Yeah, let's move ahead. Accessing method, accessing attributes. Okay, so this is a constructor. I think you already know this. This one is a method inside of it, and this method, we can see that self.brand and self.price, you can access them. Just like in our earlier example, I could have accessed the self.carry, right? So in the same way, I can access the internal parameters of that object. So here, this mobile has brand self.brand and price self.price. What is self.brand and self.price? Those are the parameters that were sent while constructing this class. So, so here you will see print mobile one, and then they're constructing the class with two parameters, Apple and 20,000. And then we are creating a purchase call. What does purchase do? It says purchasing a mobile, and then it prints this mobile has brand, Apple, and price 20,000. That's what it will say. So let's try to see if we can run this code here. Yes. So I think line number 1 was a class declaration. So once the class declaration is done, line number 11, what happens? Line number 11, it says print mobile 1. Okay, that's line number 11. In line number 12, we are giving two parameters and making a call. So inside the constructor, yes. And then finally, when you're doing mob1.purchase, it says two lines. Purchasing a mobile and this mobile has brand so and so. Can you see that? Purchasing a mobile and this mobile has brand so and so and so and price. Okay, that's what is happening. And again, the same repeat is happening with mobile 2, where we are passing two different parameters. So when you're passing two different parameters, you'll see that it is accessing its own parameters. Okay, so in the first case, self.brand and self.price are Apple and 20,000. In the second case, they are Samsung and 30,000. Okay, so I can again say mob1.purchase. Okay, can you guess what will happen? So mob1.purchase, yes, these two lines will be printed, and that's why you will see those two extra lines, which means these two extra lines will be printed again. Let's try what happens there. So these were the earlier output, mobile 1 and 3 lines, mobile 2 and 3 lines. And then once we do mobile 1 dot purchase, we are still going back to Apple and price. Can you see how we are solving the earlier problems that we were having? So instead of accessing using global variables, now we can access local variables. In fact, these are local attributes of each of these class, each of these objects, and each of these objects attributes, they can only mention themselves. Okay, so let's take an understanding here of what happened. What is object oriented programming? Object oriented programming is programming using objects. When we are programming using objects, we should be able to create objects. How do you create objects? By creating classes and then creating objects from that class. So once you create objects from the class, there are ways in which you can give it attributes. You can give it attributes from the outside, or you can give it attributes from the inside by saying self dot. In the same way, you can give it behavior. The behavior will be like creating a new method. In this case, the purchase is our behavior. So now you know how to create classes, how to initialize classes, how to accept parameters, how to manage your own attributes, and how to create your own methods. If you do not understand these parts, you will find that the rest of the course is a little bit difficult. So make sure that since this is still your first session, if you are still not able to catch up, this is the right time for you. I'm requesting you, again repeating this is the right time for you to start picking up Python, because if you miss out in the very beginning, you will have a difficult time in catching up. It's not hard, it's not impossible, but you'll have a difficult time. Python is very, very easy language because computers are very basic, and Python is also very, very basic and easy language. So I'm repeating this again. If you are going to spend 5 hours every week anyways, make sure you're using it productively. So let's go back again. So how do you invoke methods? In the previous example, we were trying to use self.brand and self.price to access our internal, what is this? Internal attributes. But this one is also our internal method. So I can create another method. For example, another method I can create. Okay. Of course, this is a method, so it will always have self. And if I say print, this is another method. I can say that. And inside of this, I can also access, I can say self dot. So self dot brand and self dot price, I can anyway catch. I can also do self dot purchase also. Okay. So just like these attributes belong to this class, these behaviors also belong to this class, and therefore I can make a call like this also. Okay. So if I do that, if I copy that and let's say I paste this, can you guess what will happen? So instead of doing mob2.purchase, I'm going to do another method. And here also I'm going to say another method. So once we run that, you will see that all the previous methods have been invoked. Okay. And then finally another method. Inside that another method, it says this is another method, right? Can you see this? It says this is another method. This is another method, and that method is actually making a call to purchase. So here we are not making a call to purchase, we are making a call to another method, but another method is making a call to purchase. Okay, and you'll see once the purchase is made, it has access to its own self. So therefore, it's Apple and 20,000 and Samsung and 30,000. Two different objects, two different methods on called on top of it, and these methods can call other methods of itself. So I think this is the example here also. So if I go to the next one, here you can see we have two methods. One is display and one is purchase. But purchase is calling display. Okay. So if we call mobile.purchase, this code will run. Mobile.purchase, this code will run. And this code will call its own display, and then it will say calculating the price. Okay. So let's see if this example runs. So it says your code is executing, but somehow whenever I'm connecting to this session, it takes a little longer for it to execute. So if it doesn't work, don't worry, it will work on your machines. Okay, I don't want to wait so much time and waste all of you people's time. So let's move ahead. Let's move to the next one. So we are almost done with this part of this code. So let's try to finish this off. So in the below code, how does return product method know which mobile object we are using? Okay. So just like in the previous one, just like in the previous code, let's take a look at this code. So we have a mobile, we have an init, and it takes price and brand, and we are setting our attributes. And while we are doing the construction, it says ID and self. So let's do that. Inside the constructor, constructing object with ID as this one. Okay. So let's type that. So now when I calling this, it says inside the constructor object with ID, whatever new ID will get. This one I'm going to remove now. Okay, I'm going. This is just for printing the ID, right? So I'm going to remove that. I'm going to remove that. Okay. So please make sure that you understand this code. Okay. So here, what am I doing? I'm creating mob one and I'm creating mob two. Both of them are mobiles, and each one of them has a price and a brand. So the price is coming first now, and the brand is coming later. Okay. And finally, when we call mob two dot return product, it is going to call the return product of method. It is going to call the return product method on mob two. Okay. So let us see what is the return product method. It says it gives the ID, and it says brand being returned is self.brand and self.price. Okay. So mobile return product, and so there are two ways. This and this are exactly the same. Same as below. And here also I will say same as above. Okay, both of these are the same. So let's see if we can run this. Okay, what's happening here in line number 111? We are inside the constructor. So it says inside the constructor object with ID and so on. So ID, and then the second object is also constructed in line number 13. So those two lines are line number 11 and 13. And then what happens? It says mobile 2 dot return. So we are going to print the ID again. Print the ID of mob 2. What is mob 2? It is this one, right? 4412677792. Okay, 77 is also the same. So 92. So yeah, this is the 92 one. So what happens here, whenever you are calling the return product on mob 2, it's obviously doing it for 92 one. 92 one. So brand being returned is self.brand. So what is the second one? It is 2000 and Samsung. Yeah, can you see this? And I'm saying that this and this are the same, right? Can you see? I'm taking the class name. So how did I call this? So this is reference variable dot operator and then method. Okay, how did I refer this here? This is called the class name dot method dot and then method, and inside the brackets I'm using the reference variable. Okay, so there are two ways of invoking the same method for mobile2 object. So one is mobile2 dot method name we can do directly, or the indirect way is we can call the class level of the method and then pass it the reference variable. So two ways we can do this. So make sure you are understanding this. So that is the example here. So let's move ahead and you will see that in line number 17 and 18, we're having two different ways to call the same method. Okay. So here also you can see mobile2.return product can also be invoked as mobile.return product as mob2. Okay. So both of them are good, but I think I prefer using this method. Okay. Everybody, all the developers in the world typically use this dot operator for accessing various attributes and methods of this product of this object. So let's move ahead. So we'll do a slight deep dive into self and methods. So you will see a few things here. So we have mobile1.display, mobile1.display, purchase, and display. We are talking about how to invoke the method here. Okay. So what does this mean? Mobile1.display means what will be the method definition? It will be def display self, of course, and then whatever is the body of the method. Same thing here. If you are going to display, so if you're going to display, we can do the body here, but this one takes a parameter called mobile object. Okay. So let's take an example of what's happening here. So method invocation, this is variable name or reference variable name dot method called. This is the definition. If the definition is like this here, self is the first parameter and else it refers to mob1. Okay. That's why we can say self dot discount. Here also, if we use mob underscore object instead of self, we know that that will still refer to the self only. Okay. Since it refers to mob1 itself and therefore it is mob underscore object will be equal to mob1 and therefore we can say same as discount. Okay. Here just the variable name is changing self and mobile object and mobile object. Otherwise it's the same thing. So this is exactly what we have been learning earlier also. So same thing with here also. So here also mob1 dot purchase 2 is the parameter, mob1 dot purchase 2 is the parameter, and of course purchase is the name of the method. Same like display is the name of the method. Okay. So here if you are giving self and quantity, good. But if you are giving quantity and self also, here QTY will refer to itself and self will not refer to itself, but self will refer to the quantity that we are saying. And therefore it will be quantity dot price into self. Don't worry about this. This is a little confusing, but remember the earlier thing that we talked about. Self is not a keyword. Whatever is the first parameter is a reference to the same object. Therefore, if you call it a mobile object or self or QTY, all of them will be displaying the same object. Okay. And finally, here when we make a call to this, if we write a method like this without giving any one single parameter also, then it is an error because the first parameter of a method is always reference to the object. Hence, we should have. So therefore, we should always have self and try to stick to self only. Try to stick to this kind of definition and try to stick to this kind of definition only. Okay. For those of you who understand, I think this is very clear. For those of you who do not, just a little bit of understanding and you are good. So here we are going. I think this is a very common thing to understand in Python. Remember that even numbers and lists and tuples, all the basic data types that you have learned, everything is an object. So just like we are creating purchase and return, all of these things on our objects that we created, in the inbuilt Python world also, objects will have methods inside of them. For example, 12.5 is a number. It will have a method called isInteger on top of it. Hello is a string, and you can have a method on top of it which is called upper, which means uppercase. Uppercase means all capital letters. And here also there is a list. There is a list of objects, and that list you can have a method called reverse. Okay. So invoking a reverse method on a list object, invoking the upper method on a string object, and so on and so on. Invoking the method isInteger on a numeric value. Okay. So which means numerical values are all objects, strings are all objects, everything in Python, like we said, in Python, everything is an object. Okay. And what is the difference between a function and a method? I think you already understand this, but let me revise this again. A function and a method are roughly the same things. Both are basically functions, but one methods are a part of an object and represents the behavior of the object. A function is just a block of code with a name. Okay. How can we invoke a function? The function can be invoked using the name and by passing parameters. Method also can be invoked using a name and passing parameters. But how to use the name? You use the dot operator to use the name. Okay. And here, the function call will have the name of the function and bracket open, and then whatever parameter you're giving. But here we can give the object or the reference dot method and dot representation dot operator, and then we can access the name of the method. Parameters are optional inside a function, of course, but method, it should at least have self. I think more or less this is exactly what we have been doing in the tryouts also, in the tryout sessions and in all the coding sessions we have been doing. So let's move ahead. So this is the basic test that you're going to try and pass. This should be easy. It's a 29 minutes paper at 10 minutes. And even if you do not pass in the first go, make sure you're trying to give it a second attempt after understanding it better, so that all of us are on the same page and we are able to proceed correctly. So this is an exercise on class level design. So if you take a look at our code, this is an exercise on class level design. So this is something that you guys have to try out on your own, and then you'll have to submit this after you finish that exercise. I'm going to go to the next page now. So we're going to talk about reference variables. We have already finished these two parts in the object-oriented programming basics. We're going to start with the reference variable, and then already you have seen what a reference variable is. We're going to finish off the basic 4-minute lesson here, and once that is done, we're going to move on to abstraction and encapsulation after the small break. So let's start with the reference variable now. So what is the need for references? Do you know what a reference variable is? A reference variable is just like a regular variable. It's just like a regular variable, but this time it is referring to an object that you have created. Okay. What happens to a balloon without a ribbon connecting it to the ground? It escapes and becomes unstable, right? So if this is a balloon and you do not connect it to the ground, it becomes unstable, right? So we do not know where the balloon is and we cannot control the balloon anymore if we lose the method. So I think this is what you need to understand by references. An object is like a balloon and the reference variable is like the ribbon connecting it to the ground. So this is the object and this is the reference variable. So you can have multiple reference variables. Okay, 10 reference variables you can have 100 reference variables. Or if one of them is connected to the object, then the object can be controlled. So this is the reference variable. So you remember what the reference variable is, and just to be sure, I'm going to make a simple program. So let's say this is a simple program. So what is this program? It's the previous program only that we are using. We have an object. It has a constructor and a return product method inside of it. Both of them take self, but also one of them takes two more parameters, price and brand, and we are constructing that object. So you know already that mob1 is a reference to mobile object. Okay. So what if I say mob2 equal to mob1? So now what is happening is mob2 is another reference to the same mobile object. Okay. So we have one object, but we have two variables pointing to it. Okay. Two variables trying to point towards it. So that is what a reference variable means. Okay. So we're going to go ahead now. You have already seen what reference variables are. So just like a balloon without a ribbon, right? An object without a reference variable cannot be used later. Okay. So let's say I do not create it like this. Okay. But inside this, let's say I create an object. Okay. So let's create an object here. So what did I do? I just created an object, but I did not take it into a reference variable. Okay. So I run this code. So it says inside the constructor there is an object and the object is having this ID. Okay, great. The object is having this ID. Now, how do I call the return product? I need to call the return product. I know that this is a method. So how do I refer it? Mobile dot. Okay. But here I need to give the reference variable, right? Otherwise it will not work. Or how do I call the other way? We can give the reference variable dot return product. Both the ways I could be able to call, but I'm not able to call it because I do not have a reference variable. Okay. So that is what is happening here. Just like a balloon without a ribbon, an object without a reference variable cannot be used later. Can you see? Same example is given, just a mobile, just a small definitions, a small constructor. And once we create this, after the above line, object created is lost and we cannot use it. Okay. So you create an object, but you do not give it a reference variable, then there is no way you can access that variable and that object is lost. So I'm going to go to the next one now. Okay. So can one balloon have multiple ribbons? You know the answer. One balloon can have multiple ribbons. So just like a balloon can have multiple ribbons, an object can also have multiple reference variables. Both the variables are referring to the same object. Okay. So it means that no, it's just like one person has two names, or one person has three names, or four names. One nickname, one college nickname, one school nickname, one house nickname, one I don't know, police FIR nickname. So all of these things are basically references to the same object. So in a similar way, here one object can have multiple reference variables. Okay. So how do I do that? So the same example like earlier, class, mobile, all of this is continues to be the same. So now if I say mob1 equal to make a call, and if I say mob2 equal to mob1, what does it mean? Mob2 is also a reference variable. And in this case, let's try to print both their IDs. Let's try to print both their IDs. So inside the constructor, that one and that one. So if I'm printing the reference of ID of mob1 also, it's the same thing. And ID of mob2 also, it's the same thing. Okay. So basically, both of them are pointing to the same object, and the same object has the same ID. So that is what it is. So we're going to move to the next one. So multiple references. Let's say this is referring to this is referring to this, and this is referring to this. And somebody changed the color of the balloon to blue, from blue to green. So this is the blue color. If somebody changes this to green, then this reference also points to green, this reference also points to green, all of them point to the green. So that's the question. Let's say a balloon has three ribbons connected to it. If I change the color of the balloon tied to ribbon 1, what will be the color of the balloons tied to ribbons 2 and 3? Same question, right? So if the balloon color is changed, all the references are pointing to that same balloon, and therefore all the references will also change. So just like the balloon with multiple ribbons, if you change the attribute of an object through one reference, it immediately reflects in other variables because there is only one balloon ultimately. Okay, so that is what happens here. So let's create a mobile and then let's initialize the mobile, and then we are printing mob1.price. Now we are creating another reference variable called mob2, and for mob2 we are changing the price to 3000. Now if we print the price for mobile 1 and if we print the price for mobile 2, let's see what happens. Can you take a guess what will happen? Guess what will happen in this code? Yes, obviously, like I think we are rightly guessing, mob1 and mob2 point to the same object because we have created only one object. They point to the same object, and that object has a price initially of 1000, but later it becomes 3000. But we are printing both mobile 1 and mobile 2 and seeing what happens. So let's run that. Price of mobile 1 is 1000. Of course, it is 1000 because there is only one object and everybody has given that one object. And then made a reference, copy, and then finally mob2.price and mob1.price. It is 3000 in both the cases. So whenever somebody once the references has been given, all the references point to the same object, and if one of the objects changes, all the objects pointed to by the other references, they will also change. Yeah. So can we take one of the multiple ribbons of balloon 1 and tie it to another balloon? What will happen to the first balloon? Will it be lost? Let's say we have multiple references to this balloon. We take one of them and tie it to the other balloon. Okay, which means we have three reference variables, one, two, three reference variables, and only two objects. Later on, we take one reference variable and tie it to the second object. What will happen? So just like balloons and ribbons, we can take one reference variable referred to another object. Now, any change made through this reference variable will not affect the old object. Okay. So I take that and I tie this here. Now, any change through this reference will not affect this. Any change through this ribbon will not affect this one. Okay. So that's the code that we are trying to say. Control A, Control C. Let's see what happens. So we create a class and then we create an object from that class. Then mob2 equal to mob1, I say. Okay. We are transferring. So mob2 and mob1 now both refer to this object only. Now I'm saying mob2 equal to new object and then I'm changing the price of mob2. Okay. So mob2 is already from this line onwards, from line number 9 onwards. It's already referring to some other object and any changes to that will change the reference to the Samsung phone and not to the Apple phone. So therefore, ID of mob1 will continue to be the same one and mob1 dot price will be 1000. Mob2 will continue to be a different object and it will be the same different price, which is 3000. Okay, so let's see what happens. Okay, so I'm going to save this again and run this. Yeah, so I think you rightly guessed. The first one's price is 3000 and the second one's price is that one. So print mob1. These are not getting printed. I need to save this. Then I need to run this. Yeah, see. So 1000 and 3000, that's correct. You'll see that each of them is referring to a different object. Each of them is referring to a different object. That's right. Now, I think you're getting a hang of what is happening here. So once we have the two reference variables referring to the same object, okay, any changes made to the original reference variable will continue to be the same. But if two reference variables are pointing to two different objects, then they can individually affect their respective objects on their own. So let's move ahead to the next one. Let's make a quick summary of the reference variable and we can move on to the next one. These two are the exercises and this is the quiz. So reference variables basically hold the objects or they point to these objects. Okay, so Muhammad Irfan, make sure you're asking your doubt directly in the chat. Do not raise your hand. Please ask your questions directly in the chat. Okay, so reference variables hold the objects. We can create objects without reference variables as well. Okay, we can create objects without reference variables as well, but we will not be able to access that object anymore. Once you do not have a reference variable, you cannot access that object. An object can have multiple reference variables, that also we have seen, and assigning a new reference variable to an existing object does not create a new object. Okay, you take a reference variable, assign it to a new variable, both of them are still pointing to the same object and they do not create new objects. So that is the quiz, and this is the exercise, and that is the exercise again. So make sure you're trying to do this exercise, and if you're having any doubts while doing these exercises, make sure you try to ask us and we'll be happy to help you out. So I'm going to go to the next topic now. So we are closing this. And finally, just a few more things before we finish this chapter. We are going to go to object-oriented programming basics. That's just a few more things. What would be the output if you print the reference variable? Okay. So same thing, we created a shoe. Earlier we were creating mobiles, now we are creating a shoe. The shoe has price and material as the input parameters and self as the mandatory parameter. And then we are assigning these as the local attributes. And once we are done with the local attributes, we are going to create a reference variable called S1. And then reference variable, we are creating a new object. And then these are the reference variables. These are the parameters that we are giving to that object. And finally, we are printing the reference variable. Okay. So let's see what happens here if we run this code. Look at what it's printing. Main shoe object at something something something. Okay. So if you run this code, it is executing. If the execution completes, you should be able to see something here. Okay, so I'll not wait. We'll move to the next one, but you will see something that gets printed like this. Make sure you're trying it out on your machines. Every single line of code you have to try, otherwise, just knowing theory of Python will not help. Python is a skill, it's not a language that you can buy. And just if you have, you should be able to print underscore underscore str also. Okay, for a more readable output. Okay, so instead of that, I think what we should do is we should create underscore underscore str. Def underscore underscore. Okay, so def underscore underscore. Then we have what str underscore underscore, and then it will take self. It takes self and nothing else. So here I can write something more interesting. I can say print this is a shoe with price self dot price and brand and material self dot material. Okay, so if I run this code now, so it's not print, we should return that string. Okay, let's return that string. Return, save this. So this is the shoe with price 100 and material canvas. So I'm going to make a little bit of changes and see what happens. So this is a shoe. This is a shoe with price 1000 and material canvas. So earlier, if I do not have this method, if I do not have that method, and I run the code, it says something like this. But if I have that method, if you have that method, it says something much better. Okay. So can you see what I did here? Earlier, just printing an object, we are just printing the reference variable. Now also we are printing the reference variable, but with the underscore underscore string, and that will make it easier for us to understand. Going to the next one now. We have something called coding standards. I think you know what coding standards are. You know what standards mean. Standard means some level we have to maintain, right? So, is it okay if you have dirt on your face, mud on your face? It's not good. But even if you have it, nobody will say anything. But if you have a good standards of hygiene and if you have a good standard, you can keep your face and body and hair clean. So in a similar way, coding also is a way of maintaining standards so that our code is clean and hygienic and it is easier for others to use and utilize. So all variable names and method names are in snake case. Snake case is underscore separated. Okay, underscore separated. And all class names should be in Pascal case. So Pascal case means how like this. So Pascal case means if there are multiple words, but the first word is also capital. Okay. So mobile, yeah, and regular customer R and C are capital. With methods, I think you have to use the snake case. Snake case is underscore underscore and everything in small cases. With variables also, everything should be in snake case. See, all variable names and methods names are in snake case, and only all the classmates are in Pascal case. Okay, so that is how it should happen. So this is the summary of object-oriented programming, guys. So this was the introduction of object-oriented programming basics. So let's do a quick summary before we close this chapter and move on to the next chapter. So we're going to talk about abstraction, and then we are going to leave you at a point where you are able to do assignment 1 and further reading, and then we can move on to the next stuff, okay, which is passed by reference and all. So let's quickly finish off abstraction and encapsulation also. We'll take a small break at around 11 o'clock, and then from 11 to 11:10 you can take a break. From 11:10 to 12:15 I will continue the next session for the next 1 hour. So let's finish off this summary of object-oriented programming and make sure you are asking me some doubts before 11 o'clock. So quick summary, object-oriented programming is a style of programming which allows us to club data together and behavior together. Data and behavior together. It is more suited for coding real-life scenarios. And objects are basically representations of real-world entities. Class is just a classification, it's just a concept. And class is a description of attributes and behavior. Okay, you remember attributes and behavior? These are the words that we have been using so often. All that attributes and behavior that classification should possess. So if you create a classification called human, then you have to have a different set of behaviors and attributes. In the same way, all of these things have different sets of attributes and behaviors. Attributes are created in a special function called init, which is the constructor, and behaviors are created using functions called methods. This is what functions called methods. You know that they have the self keyword. Init also takes the self keyword. Objects can be created using the class name or using object literals for some built-in classes. Okay, so objects can be used using the class name. For example, we have used mobile and we have used shoe. We have used shoe and mobile and all that stuff. Okay, and attributes are created using a reference variable dot attribute name equal to value. This is the syntax. Okay, so you have already seen this. Reference variable is mob1, mob2, all that stuff. Attribute names are brand and name and material, price, and all those things are attribute values. And values could be leather, canvas, mobile, shoe, 1, 2000, 20,000, 200. All of these are values. And behavior is created by defining a function inside of a class having a special parameter called self. I think this is the end of this topic. So I'm going to wait for 10 minutes now before we move on. So this is abstraction.
விட்ரு ரெக்கார்ட் போட்டு இருடா 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 ஏண்டா போயிட்டு ஷார்ட் கட் ஃபார் ஸ்கிரீன் ரெக்கார்ட் வாங்கிட்டு வர்றேன்.
Ramya, I think you need to mute yourself. Ramya, you have to probably mute yourself. So Priya, I think Ramya's unmuted has been accidentally or something. That said, I'm opening the session for answers.
சரி யாரும் அவங்களாம் போயிட்டு குரோம்ல போயிட்டு போட்டா முடிக்க வேலை.
So you have any doubts, you can ask me, please. You have 8 more minutes to ask me for your doubts. Before we can take our first break, we'll take a 5-10 minutes break and we'll quickly come back and continue the next session. So please make sure you're asking your doubts in the doubts session so that I can answer it directly from there. Ask your doubts here. So I've sent a message to everybody. So make sure you're checking that message in the chat box and ask any doubts if you have.
That was by mistake because we have disabled unmuting option for all the participants.
Yeah, I was just curious how she could manage it. So guys, please feel free to ask your doubts. This is the right time for you to ask your doubts. This is still the first session's second part for you. So you are all free to still pursue this actively and see if you have any doubts. Okay, I'm going to wait for 2 more minutes, and if you do not have any doubts, you can take a break. You can take a break and then come back. We will start exactly at 11:10. So, Jen, I'm AM Jen. I'm seeing your doubts. Is self used to access the global variables we pass? Okay. So the things that we are passing, right? The things that we are passing in the constructor, right? So those things are called parameters. Anything you are passing to a method or an object or anybody is called parameters. But once we make them into self dot something, right? Jen, AM Jen, I'm talking to you. Once we make so there are no global variables inside of a class. These are just attributes. So self is used to access the attributes of of that class, but not those things that we pass. Okay, so I'll quickly repeat this. Whatever you are passing are parameters. You don't need to have use self for it. Self is only used for accessing the local references. Thank you, Jen. You are the first guy to ask questions from this batch. I'll be happy to see a few more people show some curiosity, and any kind of question you have, you can ask. Okay, so you can start taking your break now. We'll meet exactly at 10, sorry, 11:10. Hi, it's 11:10. So please start getting ready for the next part of the session. Supriya, can I request you to make co-mentor also the panelist? I think the connection got dropped.
I mean, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen quickly now. Yes. So please, let's continue. So I hope you are settled down now. You have taken your break and you're all back. So let's continue from here. So now we are going to talk about the next chapter. We have just finished introduction and basics. Now we're going to talk a little bit about abstraction and encapsulation. And we're going to go a little further and see if we have time for pass by reference and collection of objects. Okay. These are very, very simple things. You'll see that this one is just 11 minutes and this one is 1 hour and this one is 1 hour. And this is including all the tests inside of it. So let's get started right away. So I'm going to go to the first one. I'm going to go to abstraction. Okay. So they're asking us to take a look at this code below. Okay. So I'm going to make the screen a little smaller. Yeah. Can you take a look at, consider the code given below. Okay. So when we invoke the purchase on a mobile object, right, on a mob1 and mob2.purchase, when we invoke the purchase on a mobile object, we don't have to know the details of the method to invoke it. Which means what is happening inside of the purchase method, this fellow does not need to know. Okay, this person does not need to know. Okay, this ability to use something without having to know the details of how it is working is called abstraction. Okay, did you get it? So let me write this concept again. The ability to use something without knowing the details of how it is working is called abstraction. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry about that, guys. So let's continue. Yeah. So this is the ability to use something without having to know the details of how it is working is called abstraction. Okay. So I'll give you one more example of abstraction. Do you know how to drive a scooty, a moped, a bike, a car? Do you know how to operate a mixer grinder? Okay, so all of these things are abstractions. You do not need to know the thermodynamics principles, electrodynamic principles, electromotive force, what is magnetic induction, how does a motor work, how does an electric motor work, or how does a petrol engine work. You don't need to know all the details, but you know that pressing this button or you removing this or rotating this will move the vehicle, right? So that is called abstraction. So again, Let's take a look at this code. I'm going to copy this. And I'm going to control the paste this here. Okay. So if you do not know the mobile, so I'm going to close everything. Okay. You do not know the mobile. Still, you can make this call. Still, you can make a purchase call, and you can basically assume that purchase is taken care of by mobile class. Okay, mobile class or particularly mobile object. Okay, so we know that once this object is made from this class, once this object reference variable is made from this class, we can call the purchase on it without taking a look at what is happening inside of purchase. Okay, so this is called abstraction. Okay, please remember, we're going to go quickly from here. So this is called abstraction. Abstraction means from the outside, you do not need to know the inside. The inside, once you write it correctly, the outside does not need to know what is on the inside of this class. Let's move ahead. So another example, what is the need for this lock? Okay, so what is the need for a lock? Obviously, it is to lock some parts of the code and don't allow some other parts of the code, right? Okay, so let's take a look at it. Let's take a code in Python. Okay, so let's see if this runs. So meanwhile, while we are trying that, I just want you to take a look at this code. What is happening here? What is happening here? Come on. Declaration of a class, correct. Then what is happening here? Next. Come on. Yeah, what is happening here? Yeah. Constructor. Params are there for the constructor. And each of these params are going to create an attribute. Okay. So cust ID, name, age, and wallet balance becomes attributes of self.cust ID, self.name, self.age, and self.wallet balance. So okay, we get that. And so every customer has 1, 2, 3, and 4 attributes. Okay, every customer has 4 attributes, and update balance and show balance are 2 methods inside of it. Apart from the constructor, these are the 2 more methods. So these are the behavior. So we have 4 attributes and 2 behaviors. Okay. So let's see. So we are creating that customer and giving that the 4 parameters. Once we are giving the parameters, they are going coming as parameters here. The parameters become attributes here. And now we are giving the parameters and getting the reference variable. Okay. I'm using those words again and again so that you understand. So this is a reference variable. Now that with that reference variable, I'm calling for that object update balance, which is the first behavior, and then show balance, which is the second behavior. Okay. So we have a customer who has 100 as the customer ID, name as Gopal, age as 24, and wallet balance is 1000. Okay. Then when somebody says update balance, right? If amount is less than 1000 and amount is greater than 0, then wallet balance, we have self dot wallet balance plus or equal to amount. Okay. So what is happening here? When somebody is updating the balance, right? Only if the amount is less than 1000 rupees and is greater than 0 rupees. Only in those cases, wallet balance will be increased by that much, by that amount. So if I give 500, it should become 1500. Okay. So let's run this code. So we are declaring a class, we are creating a constructor, we are creating the attributes, we are converting the params into the attributes, we are having 2 behaviors, we are creating that object, getting a reference variable. Once that reference variable is there, we are going to update the balance and then finally show the balance. So initially we started with 1000 and then we are going to see what is going to happen. So let's see. The balance is 1500. But if I give less than 0, let's say I give minus 100. Okay, we start here. So if it is less than minus 100, then this condition will fail. This condition will fail means this will never work. This the statement will never execute, right? Okay, it's still 1000. If I give more than 1000, if I give 1001, it will be amount will be greater than 1000. It's still 1000. Okay, so if I cannot add more than 1000, but if I add 999, the balance is 1000, right? 199. Okay, so can you see? As long as the code is there, we create a customer with the ID 100, and then we keep on updating the balance, and it shows, it increases. Okay, so that is the code. I hope you understand this code. So now take a look at that code. Yeah. So somebody is saying C1 dot wallet balance equal to so much. Okay. So what did I do? Instead of using this behavior and using this behavior, right? I can directly access the wallet balance. Is it not? I can say instead of doing this, instead of doing that, I can say C1 dot. I can do cheating. I can do cheat the system by saying wallet underscore balance. Okay. I can say this one is one. That is 1 crore. No. Yeah. This is 1 crore. Yeah. So I'm removing this, and then you can see I made my balance 1 crore, and then I will ask to show the balance. Okay. So I can access it directly, or I can hack your system and I can say instead of 1 crore, I can put a string there. I can put there is nothing in your bank, in your wallet. Wallet. There's nothing in your wallet, I can say. So see, the balance is there is nothing in your wallet. We can also say that. Okay. So this is how anybody can access this, right? So instead of using update balance, I'm using directly wallet balance. So instead of calling a method on it, I'm able to call the direct attribute, and I'm going to change the attribute directly. Okay. So there is a problem, right? So the data can be accidentally changed by assigning an incorrect value, like below. So go ahead. Now we can put a lock on the data. That is the example that we were trying to talk about earlier. So why were we talking about the lock? We can put a lock on the data by adding a double underscore in front of it. Okay. So double underscore means something like this. Can you see? Double underscore, underscore, underscore. See? Here also we are adding underscore, underscore. What is the meaning of underscore, underscore? Adding a double underscore makes the attribute a private attribute. Private attribute means you cannot access it from outside. I'll give you an example. Let's create a simple class. Okay, class, simple class, and that's how we create a class. That's it. Okay, and now in the constructor, def init, in the constructor, I have to give self. Okay, correct. And then in the constructor, what am I trying to do? What is the question they are trying to say? Can I create a private variable? Okay. So I can say self dot private variable equal to 1. Okay. Now this is my class. How do I create a class? Let's say sc equal to simple class. Okay. And then sc dot private variable underscore variable. I want to see it. Okay. Let's see if this code runs. Simple class has no attribute. Wait. Okay, so let's run this. So how do you create a private variable like this, right? you have to add underscore underscore. So for this to be made a private variable, you have to add underscore underscore. But for now, let's try to print it. Sc dot private variable is not there. Okay, what is happening here? Okay. Let's see if the environment runs. But meanwhile, I'm going to take this and copy this code here so that you understand better. Okay. So what we are doing here, just like earlier, we are instead of writing just wallet balance, we are trying to add two underscores in front of it. Two underscores in front of it. Okay. So that way we are trying to make this variable private. Okay. So let's run this code. See, it's still saying the same thing that we were saying earlier, right? Customer. So in what line? Line number 16. In line number 16, it is saying we are not able to access it. Customer object has no attribute called wallet balance. Okay. So we have wallet balance underscore underscore wallet balance, but we are not able to access it. Okay. We are not able to access it. But if I remove these underscores, underscore, underscore, just the name of the variable I'm changing. If I just save and if I run this, it will run. It is saying okay, Gopal is there, there is the wallet balance. But if I add underscore underscore here, two underscores, so underscore underscore underscore, if I adding two underscores here, then what will happen? If I run this code, it will say that okay, customer has no attribute wallet balance. Okay, so which means from the outside we cannot access it, but from the inside we can still access it. So this reference variable can access this private variable, but this reference variable, which is outside now, which is not inside of the class, it will not be able to access uh, the variable wallet balance. Okay, so I hope you got this. So once you execute this code, that is what you will get. So this concept is called encapsulation. Okay, so encapsulation means there is some part of the code, there is some part of the code which you cannot access from the outside. That is called, means it is encapsulated, which means it is inside of it, inside of a capsule, like inside of a capsule. So it is encapsulated. So when we are saying something is encapsulated, it means that that object will not be able to be that attribute or whatever is encapsulated will not be accessible to the outside world. From the inside, it is accessible, but from the outside, it is not accessible. Okay. So let's take a look at this code. That is the same thing. That is the reason why we get an error when we try to access a private variable. So in this code, when we're trying to do this, we will get an access violation. Okay. It has no attribute, it will say. Okay. So let's move. So if we try to assign a data to a private variable, we end up creating a new attribute. Okay. So if self.wallet balance is not accessible on the outside, but we are still giving that, if you're still assigning it, right, what will happen? It will end up creating a new variable. We will create a new variable. So do not try to access something with underscore underscore from the outside. Do not try to access something from underscore from the outside. Okay. So again, can you see we have created a class, we have initialized the class, and then we are trying to set this underscore wallet balance. We're trying to set a private variable. Okay, we are not going to we are trying to set it, but it's a private variable. And then we are trying to show the balance. How does show balance work? Show balance will work by this is self dot underscore underscore wallet balance. This is a private variable. So let's see how that works. It still says the balance is 1000. Okay, but if I print c1 dot underscore underscore wallet balance, Let's see that. See, we are now able to access this variable, but this one is a brand new variable. It's a bad idea. Okay. So they're saying it's a bad idea. This code does not give an error, but it is logically flawed. Okay, it is logically flawed because it has a private variable called wallet balance, and now it also has a public variable called wallet balance. So do not make this mistake. Do not try to access anything. The reason why we are adding these underscores is because we want to make sure that all of these are private. Okay, and that is the reason why this thing is also underscore. Can you see? The reason is because init cannot be directly accessed. Init only needs to be accessed through the name of your class during the construction. So give me 1 second. I think I'm running out of battery. Okay, so let's move ahead now. So even if you're understanding 60%, 70%, 80% of what I'm trying to say, make sure that you're going to practice this at home so that we are all on the right in the right direction. Okay, so let's move ahead. Okay, since we know that the name of the variable changes when we make it private, we can access it using its modified name. I tell you, I tell you. See, it's the same code as earlier, the same code as earlier, same code as earlier, same code as earlier, right? But now, if we make access to it like this, okay, if we can access it like this, can you see what's happening? C1 dot underscore customer underscore. There's a different way of accessing it. Okay, so if you run this code, which is slightly different from the earlier code, you will see that the balance. If I'm asking for show balance also, if I'm asking for show balance, it is updating it. It is updating it. Can you see? So the main question is, you can still access it from the outside. From the outside, if I do something like C1 dot underscore balance, wallet underscore balance equal to, let's say I make it instead of 1,000, I will make it 1 lakh. Okay. So this is 1 lakh and this is much more than 1 lakh. Okay. Now if I do C1 dot show balance, I don't know, right? I can do something. Okay. So earlier the code was like this. Right? If you look at the code that we have in the example, we're trying to access it in a very weird way. Okay. In this way, if we do it, we are getting that the balance is whatever amount we have given, 10 crores or whatever. But if I do it in this way, if I'm going to set it directly by accessing the private variable, then the balance is still 10,000. I hope you are seeing the difference. Okay, that is the only code change that has been done here. But you will see that now, if a private variable can be accessed outside of a class and can be modified, then what is the advantage of making it private? Yeah, that's a good question. So let's see what happens here. Encapsulation is just a caution sign. Okay, so just remember, if you read this also, any lock can be broken by somebody determined. So it's just a sign. If you see something like this, and you'll still just see a lot of people not understanding this sign or not respecting these kinds of signs. Okay, you will see that these kinds of signs, people still walk on the grass. So all of these things are signs are only just so that you don't accidentally break the rule. Okay, so like this, if you do, nothing changes. It's okay. This is accidentally we are trying to do it. But here, this is so hard to actually code that it is just a caution sign that if you're writing code like this, then you have to think about why you made this private. Okay. So just quick revision here. Quick revision here. While we are doing abstraction, right? Abstraction. While we are talking about abstraction, While we are talking about abstraction, we know that it is abstraction, we are talking about methods and their behaviors. And encapsulation means we are talking about privacy. Privacy means some variable is a private variable and so on. You can still access it, but it's a caution sign for you. Okay. To have an error-free way of accessing and updating private variables, we create specific methods. They are called to set something, we are using setter methods, and to get something, we are using getter methods. So here is an example of this using getters and setters. See, set wallet balance and get wallet balance. They're creating two new behaviors now. Two new behaviors, which means two new methods. So when I'm set wallet balance and we are giving the amount, it's the same like earlier. And then we are returning the self underscore underscore. We're still talking about these, but now we can set the wallet balance dial from here. So let's take an example and run this. What happened? Same thing, but we have this until here the code is repeating 4 or 5 times now, so you must have understood it. So here you will see the wallet balance being set. So in the earlier code, you wanted to try to set the balance, a private variable like this. This will fail. This one we have tried. The next way we have tried was what c1 dot yeah, underscore customer, the name of the class, then underscore wallet balance. That's what we did. And then we could have chosen to set it. We could have set it like this to whatever we want. Whatever we want. This is correct, but a warning sign. And finally, this is the perfect way to do object-oriented programming. This is object-oriented programming, and this is the right way you want to be able to access something on the inside. Okay, so now if I run this code, we are trying to update the wallet balance to 120 plus 1000, I think. So it becomes 120. Okay, we're setting the balance. So if the amount is between 1000 and 100, greater than 0 and less than 1000, then the new balance will be updated. So whatever amount we are giving, it will be updated. So whatever amount we are giving, it will be updated. So if we give 120, it will be at 120. So that's what is happening here. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to connect my charger. Yes. So now let's go and understand what is the next kind of things that we need to understand. So we are going to talk a little bit about a class diagram. So what's a class diagram? I think you know what classes are. So before we go ahead and understand further concepts of next stuff, we wanted to understand one representation of a class. One way to represent a class is called a class diagram. So just like some architects make blueprints or layout plans, or electrical engineers make all of these circuit diagrams, and engineers make mechanical diagrams, layout plans. So we need to have a common way to represent a class. So it is about representing our architecture. Okay, our architecture in computer science also, we are also engineers. So when computer science somebody is doing software engineering, then they are trying to understand how to build something, and this is the diagram that we do it. So what is a class diagram? We have a way to represent this also in this engineering field. So here is how you represent the class diagram. Okay, so how do we do this? Unlike complex engineering diagrams, a class diagram is very simple. It simply has 4 parts. Okay, name of the class. Of course, we have name of the class employee, the list of the attributes. Yeah, employee ID, employee name, salary. That's a list of the attributes. The list of methods. What are the methods? If we have a parameterized constructor, then yeah, we have a constructor. We have two methods looks like, okay, and then we have access specifiers. Plus or minus indicate access specifiers. So plus means it is public, plus means public, minus means it is private, private, private. Okay. Okay. So in a class diagram, a minus sign indicates private and a plus sign indicates public access. Okay. So again, what are the four parts of the class diagram? Okay. Yes. The name, the attributes, the methods, and finally the access specifiers. Access specifier is something that tells you what is the access. What is access? Access means public or private. So access means public or private specifiers. Okay, so they are just specifiers. So whenever you see a plus, it means they are public, and minus would mean they are private. Okay, so these are a few notes that you will understand. So we have something like trailing double underscores also, which means that they are private. Okay, so just like these things, private methods also you can do it by putting underscore underscore in front of them. And if it has both the front and the back, if a method has both front and back underscores, see, for making an attribute private, you can add it to the front, two underscores to the front. But if there is a method, if there are two underscores to the back also, it means that it is a inbuilt, special inbuilt method that you can override. Okay, so for now, don't worry, we have not talked about overloading, overriding, and all that stuff. But for now, you should understand that there are some inbuilt methods like init. There is an inbuilt method called underscore str. I think these are the two ones that we have already seen. So just like underscore underscore str underscore underscore or for init also, all these are inbuilt methods and you should be able to override them if you want. So now we have a small exercise on access specifiers. Please make sure you try to play this and play with this and verify with this. So remember, even if you get your answer wrong, you will be having lots of attempts. So if you do not attempt this earlier on in your course, you will be having less time to attempt them, to finish them off. So try to finish all these exercises that you have done for this week as soon as possible. So once you have done with the access exercises on access specifiers, we are going to talk a little bit about getters and setters, which is the right way to program. So we are talking about the setter methods. Okay, we are talking about the setter method here. Setters are basically to set some private variable. So what is the private variable here? Wallet balance is a private variable. So setter is the method to set it. Okay, all setter methods must accept the value to be updated as the parameter. And of course, all getter methods must not have any parameter. Okay, so getters will not have any parameter. Of course, they just have self. And the setters will have self, of course, but they will also have at least one parameter to set. Okay, so there are other words for setter methods. We'll still call them setters, but you just remember that setters are known as mutator. Mutator methods because they change the value, they mutate the value. Okay, and the getter methods are called accessor methods because, of course, they access the values. Even if it's a private access variable, you can still access them using the getter method. Okay, so that is the reason why they are called accessors also. So mutators and accessors. So let's take a look at what the class the customer is. So it's simple. We have a setter function and a getter function, which means a mutator function and an accessor function. And then we are setting the wallet balance, and then we can print by getting the wallet balance. So you should try this out. Now let's have a quick summary on abstraction and encapsulation. We have talked very little about abstraction so far. We have mostly talked about encapsulation. Encapsulation is preventing data access to outside the class. And how do we do this? By declaring some of these things as private. How do you make anything private in Python? By adding two underscores in front of it. Adding double underscores in front of an attribute makes it private. In Python, adding a double underscore changes the name of the attribute to like this. You can still access the attribute like this, but that is obviously not the right way to do it. Okay? So you should please try out this abstraction and encapsulation quiz. Just 4 simple questions you have, and you have 20 minutes. And I'll promise this: even if you fail for the first time, make sure you're practicing and understanding with your friends. Take a look at the lesson again and try it out, and I'm sure you'll pass. And we have one more assignment on object identification. So please take a look at that also. All these exercises we are not going to cover during these sessions because these are times for you to be able to do it on your own. Okay, so all these are assignments. All these are assignments. Please make sure you're spending some time on these assignments and then coming back and helping. And you can ask me any doubts during these assignments. And the sooner you do these assignments, the better it is for all of us because that way I should be able to help you out. So each of these assignments at the end, you'll have to write your code here and you'll have to verify and then finally submit your code. So the assessment is online only, it's automatic. So please make sure you're having fun while doing this. Okay, so there is a little bit of further reading that you need to do, how to print an object and all of these things. You should be able to do it. So all of these are basically the same kinds of things that we have done. Each of these is an assignment. We have already talked about pass by reference. We have already talked about all of these things. So now these are all the assignments that you should finish. Now you have a quiz here. This is a pass by reference refresher and a quiz. Finally, we move on to the next session in our topic. Next example, which next chapter, which is once we're done with your assignments and further assignments, now we move on to pass by reference and pass by value. So we are done with pass by reference also. So these are just quizzes for whatever you have done earlier. So once you have done these quizzes, these are all the quizzes that you have done. So we can move on to the collection of objects. I'm sorry. So let's move ahead and try to finish this. We're going to talk about a collection of objects. Okay. So what's a collection of an object? A collection of an object is a bunch, a group of objects, right? So that is what it means by collection. So let's talk about this. We can store a number of objects inside a list or a dictionary. That's correct. So this is an example where we are putting all of these objects and we are putting them inside of a list. Okay. So let's take an example here. Copying that. Yeah. So what did we do? We created a simple class. It has two attributes. Just two attributes. And then in here, what happens? Apple, Samsung, Apple, Samsung, Apple. Mobile 1, mobile 2, mobile 3, 4, and 5. Okay. So 3 Apples and 2 Samsungs were added. Apple was for 1000 and 3000, and Samsungs were for 2000, 4000. Okay, there's one more Apple for 5000. Then list of these phones, we are putting this inside of a list. And using a for loop, I think this is the first time we are revising what a for loop is. So a for loop, okay. So please Google for it and make sure you are Google for it or wherever you have learned it, make sure you're going to do a revision because we are going to do a slightly more advanced concept from here onwards. We're talking about loops. Okay. So for every mobile in the list of mobiles, print mobile.brand and mobile.price. Okay. That is what is trying to do. Okay, let's try that. So what did we do? We created a class. We created 5 classes out of it and had reference variables. We put all the reference variables inside of a list and then we are running a for loop on the list. And for each of these items in the for loop, we are going to print the brand and the price. I'm hoping that print the brand and the price we will be able to do something here. So it says Apple 1000, Samsung 2000, Apple 3, Samsung 4, and Apple 5. So it looks like it is working. Okay, this code is working. Okay, so observe the output. Yeah, we have observed the output. Okay, so make sure you are also doing it whenever you are running this code, right? Make sure you are observing the output and try to understand. It's very simple. 15 lines. All of these lines are very easy. How is the computer able to do this? Okay, so we can also store the objects in a dictionary also. So you know how to do this. So this was how we do it in a list. How do we do it in a dictionary? We can create mob 1, mob 2, mob 3. Okay. Just mob 1, mob 2, mob 3. Okay. I want 3 of them. And then instead of creating a list of mobiles, I can say dict of mobiles. And how do you create a dictionary? You can create a dictionary by using these curly braces. And in these curly braces, you can say M1 is mob 1. Okay, like that. So this is the syntax. Okay. So I can say M1 is mob 1, M2 is mob 2, and M3 is mob 3. So make sure you're doing your practice in typing also. Let's see. And then how do we print it? How do we print it? We print it by saying for key value in mob dict, okay, not items. So instead of mob dict, ours is dict of mobiles. Okay. If the price is greater than 3000, only print them. We'll not do that. So there is no mob 4 and mob 5. Have to remove them. So this is the first time it's getting printed, and this is the second time it is getting printed. But second time we are doing it from the tick of mobiles. Okay. So if I remove the old code now, this code I'm going to remove, and this list, this code if I'm going to remove, that will result in this new code. Okay. So this is what we are trying to do, and then if we run this, we will see that 1000, 2000, and 3000 are getting printed. Okay. So we can directly take this code now. We can copy this, and if I run this, so it will only print if the value of the price is greater than 3000. I have made it like that, and therefore, just give me a second, guys. I hope you are able to understand this example. Just take a look at this code. Okay, so I think you have, yeah. So I think this makes sense. Earlier in the earlier example, we are trying to make it a list of objects, and here we are trying to make it a dictionary of objects. Yeah, a mobile dictionary. And next time, can we make a dictionary of a list of objects? Okay. See, we have a list of customer objects. Yes, we have a list of customer objects, and here we are initializing the objects directly here. Constructor, constructor, and constructor, and we are putting them inside the list of customers directly. Okay, so we have a list of objects. Can you make this? Can you make this? Okay, so this is a question. Complete the code so that we have a dictionary customer objects based on the location. I think you have seen me do this example. I think you should be able to do this example on your own too. Try it out. Okay, this is the solution. I'm not going to take a look at the solution now. I want you to try it. It's a very simple one. And I think we are done. We are done. So these are the two tryout exercises and solutions. Please make sure you understand them and make sure you are finishing them. So I've just finished this collection of objects topic, And from here onwards, we will move on to the next set of things. So I'm going to just finish off this Eclipse things so that okay. So right now you are not going to use Eclipse. Okay. So please ignore this for now. We want you to definitely try it out only on your online setup. Okay. So you don't need to worry about all this Eclipse and all the topics inside of Eclipse. Okay. Okay. So I think we are done with the set of exercise. Sorry, the set of topics for today. So I'm glad that we are able to reach this far so quickly, and so we are basically now on track with whatever we are supposed to do. So there are lots of exercises you're supposed to do. Make sure you come up with your own ideas and your own doubts. So right now I'll keep the session open for the next 15 minutes for any doubts that you have. Yeah. So don't send me private messages. I'm not able to see the private messages. Please send me public messages if you want to have any doubts. Yeah. Make sure you ask me your doubts, please. Supriya, we have completed the content for schedule for today, so I think we can keep the next half an hour to 1 hour session open for the doubts, just like the content was saying.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So I will wait for a few minutes because I think the time allocated for this question and answer session was around 60 minutes. Uh, right now we have, I think,
30 minutes we have.
30 minutes only. So if they have any doubts, we can answer them, or otherwise we can you can take a call, Supriya. So please ask your doubts here. So I'm going to send a message to everybody. I think you're all able to see my message. Please make sure that you're asking your doubts there. Okay, I see around 150 people here in this session and even more from various places. So please see if you can ask me any questions, or you can raise your hand now if you want to. So Lavanya is asking some private questions in the private chat. So I think the question is, will this session be uploaded into Infosys Springboard? This session will not be, this session video will not be uploaded onto Infosys Springboard.
To answer that question, so recorded session will be uploaded to the Naan Mudhalvan platform. So we
Oh,
can go through there.
awesome. So you can go, apparently you can go through that section that will be uploaded into the Naan Mudhalvan platform, not on directly onto the Infosys Springboard, guys. So we have spent around 5 hours in this entire week. Okay, guys. So we have spent these 5 hours. I hope these 5 hours were productive for you. The only reason I'm asking and waiting so many times for your doubts is because all these things are practice things. It's not like it's like more like cooking or cricket. If I teach you all the real rules of cricket, you will not become Virat Kohli or just because you know the rules. You should also practice at the game. In a similar way, learning and listening to these sessions of Python will not help. I really hope that you become, uh, you take advantage of this course and try to progress a little bit in your journey in programming languages because I'm sure already all of you understand that coding and all of these computer things are getting really popular and they have very good in terms of career or in terms of skills to be having. So please make sure you try to understand as much as possible. I mean, pull out whatever free time you have. Don't worry about whether you will actually be able to do it or not. But if you make a sincere beginning, it will be a nice addition to your resumes, your careers, and you will be able to talk to other people about technology much better. So please make sure that even as a career advantage, you understand and try to participate in this session. This is just the first day's second session, or basically the second session in this first week. So either ways, we have just spent only few hours. There's still a lot more time we are going to spend. If at all we are going to spend it, let's try to see if we can spend it effectively. Okay, so we have a good question from Kartika. Kartika, so when the students can access the course, you can access the course right now. On day one, I think Supriya ma'am also explained this to you. Uh, yeah, so Kartika, what I was saying is, you should be able to access the course directly from Infosys platform. You just need to go to Infosys platform and you can simply search for Naan Mudhalvan. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen once more so that you can see. So you go to Infosys Springboard platform. Once you sign in, you'll see a page which looks like this. Then you search for Naan Mudhalvan and you can go to this channel. So I've shown this to you 2 times already, but I don't mind showing it once more. You could just need to go to Arts and Science and July 2024 and Foundations of Coding, and then you will be able to see object-oriented programming using Python. Make sure you're asking a lot of your other friends also. They also know how to do this. Okay, so this is object-oriented programming using Python, and you should be able to access this course right now. All right. So Kartika, I hope you got the answer to that question. Okay, so AMJC has asked another question. He's asking when the session will end. That's a good question. So typically, I'll give you the exact timings of this session. So please make a note of it and understand these timings. Okay. So this week you had your sessions on Wednesdays and Friday. Okay. So on Wednesday you had the session in the second half, and therefore on Friday you will have the session in the first half. Okay. So next week you will not have any sessions, and after that again on Wednesday and Friday, same timings like this time you will have your session. Okay. So Kartika, I hope that answered your question. Thank you so much. So AMJC, I think I'm answering your question. So this week you have Wednesday and Friday. Wednesday 2 hours and Friday 3 hours. Next time also it will be like that, but not next week, but after that. Okay, so we will keep on having this for the next 10 weeks. So alternative week, you will be having a cooling down period where you will be able to work out on your own stuff. Okay, and your timings will be right now. Today the timing is until 12:30 for you. Okay, so we have started at 9:30. and we will be finishing at 12:30. So that is your timing for if it is in the morning half. So on Fridays in the morning half, it will be from 9:30 to 12:30, and in the on Wednesdays for you, since you are going to do it in the second half, it will be from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. 1 to 3. Okay, I hope that answers your question, AMJC. Yeah, Deepa Lakshmi, very good. I understand. I got your response. Yeah, that's a very good question. AM Jain. So, guys, what AM Jain is asking to all the panelists is this: can we do the course on our own pace or follow according to the sessions held? Okay, I think there is three ways to do it, and one of the ways is wrong. Okay, I'll tell you the three ways. Okay, one way is obvious way: follow along with the sessions and finish it off before all the sessions end. Okay, that is one way to do it. There are two other ways. One is go slower, and the other is go faster. Okay. So if you are doing it at your own pace and you're going slower than the sessions, right? Then there is no point of the sessions because the sessions are going faster than you. So that is the wrong option. And the right option is, of course, you can do it along with the session or you can do slightly faster than the session. If you do it slightly faster than the session, then you will have much more understanding of this session because all the courses there available to you. You can sit down today and finish the course if you want. Okay, but that is the most ideal way. So then you will get a chance to do it two times, one on your own, and whatever you did not understand, the session will clear it for you. Okay. So AM Jen, I think I answered your question. The easiest way to learn something is to revise it. So don't learn from me and revise later. Learn quickly and revise with me. I think that is a better option because I am live, I am dynamic. You can ask me questions here. So I would strongly recommend that you finish off the course session slightly before I finish, okay, and then come back and listen to the session. Okay, AMJC, do not ask me private questions anymore. Please make sure you're asking it to me in public. So the last date for submission of quiz and assignment, I think this will be communicated to you more perfectly on the email. So make sure you're checking your email. If you're wanting to be a professional, anyways, you're going to use your email. So make sure you're checking your email and you will get all the information on your email for the last date of submission and assignment. But on that note, let me promise you that you will sometimes fail in an exam. And if you fail sometimes, what will happen is you'll be given one more opportunity and one more opportunity. You will keep on getting opportunities. But if you do it in the last 10 days, right, you will only get 10 opportunities because you can do only one wrong attempt per every day. But if you start doing the course now, you will get lots of opportunities to fail and to learn and to understand. So I hope you understand this, aim, JC. Uh, so although the last day for the quiz and assignment will be given to you, better you start finishing it as soon as you can rather than as late as you can. Because as late as you can will, for some of you, it will become never, and which means you will not be able to finish off the course, which means you will not be able to get this valuable certification from a prestigious company, uh, which is a bad start to your career because you already have the opportunity and you missed it. Right? Just try that out. Any other questions, guys? Okay, good. I think I've answered all the questions. Supriya, maybe we can call it a day for today because we managed to finish the content also, and we managed to spend that allocated time for question answers. Looks like we do not have any questions.
you have any questions, kindly post it in the chat box. Else, we can wind up the session.
Okay, so I think we can give them 5 more minutes until 12:15 to make up their minds. If we have no more questions or discussions, we can drop off after 12:15. Is that okay, Supriya?
Yeah, yeah, fine.
Okay. Looks like we have one more question. Yeah. So Sanjay, to answer your question, right? If you are having any doubt, you want to watch this session again, you will be given a link of this in the Naan Mudhalvan page that you have access to. Okay. Please make sure you're checking your emails, and you can also talk to our co-educator or our mentor for more clarification. So these sessions will be made accessible to you. Don't worry.
So if no more questions, so I think we can wind up for the day. So thank you everyone for attending this session. I thank the educator on behalf of Infosys Springboard. So for taking time to explain all the concepts and showing the Springboard concepts very detailedly, okay, in a detailed manner. And I request all the participants, see in the introduction session only I had told. So all the content will be available in the Springboard portal, and you would have registered through your college. Uh, you would have given one mail ID. So our backend team has registered your mail ID. So all the students are registered to the Infosys Springboard portal through the designated mail ID only. So kindly check your mail. Okay, you would have got a confirmation mail from Infosys Springboard. Upon receiving that mail, you are supposed to authenticate it. You will be getting login credential in the same mail. Then you can change your password, and you will be redirected to Naan Mudhalvan channel page. So, in if you have any doubt, you can write us at Infosys Springboard support. I'll be pasting the link in the chat box soon. Okay, so I request everyone to go through each and every content or topic, whatever is there in fundamentals of coding with Python concept. Okay, and you have to study all the concepts to generate the certificate, and you are supposed to complete the quiz as well. Okay, so next week, there you will not be having any session, so it will be like a cooling period for you. So in the next week, you can complete all the portions, whatever has been taught up to today. So before coming to the next session, you can revise it once. So you'll be thorough with the previously taught concepts. I hope all are clear up to here. So I'll be pasting the Springboard support mail ID in the chat box. You can use it same. Okay. So thank you everyone. You can log out. Thank you.